If you can please let us know then who are present in the session hall.
Currently in the session hall are Senator Guthard, Senator Munia Barnes, and Vice Speaker Shimizu, and yourself. There is no quorum, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Sergeant at Arms is going to request if you can please call the members into the session hall. Amy na 29 na Legislature in Guahan. A session is called to order. Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to adopt the session agenda dated December 11, 2008. Please note that there's nothing on the second reading file, and we would move to put a few bills under motions, but at this time I move to adopt the December 11, 2008 session agenda so we can proceed.
On the motion without objection, so ordered. I'd like to ask Speaker Ben if you can lead us in prayer, and then Senator Frank Blas to lead us in the hymns.
Panogi todo fan. Inanitata la inyo del Espiritu Santo. Amen. Diyos tata, niyong guayzay tao mo, za ingagagolo kwe na umfanoya mitala ni Nancy, za ni diretso. Para binsegi todo itetso, gini ni nasanyan mami, para binspia, para binajuda mo na itaw Guam, za ni tano Guam. Esti ingagagaw non sa taloniam paguna ora, za fera deno, masing gagagaw na fansafu todo itaw Guam, za ni islata, ni esti tafafana paguna manglu ni masasangan na puro fatumagi. Ingagagaw na fansafu todo, gesti na ira. Gini ni lai mo Jesus ni ingagagaw esti na bendisyon. Sa inamasi, ginanitata la inyo ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Senator Blas, if you can lead the singing of the Guam hymn and the national anthem.
Panogi tomoru purita nota kantai matunana gitoru ilugar arai honra arai gloria abiba islas en para arai honra arai gloria abiba islas en para todo y tiempo y paz para hita zangin ni langit na bendición contra peligro na pansafuham Zus protegis langua contra peligro na pansafuham Zus protegis langua. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Can the clerk please take roll call?
Senator Blas? Here. Senator Caldwell? Here. Senator Benjamin Cruz? Senator Espaldon? Present. Senator Forbes? Senator Judy Guthert? Senator Sajaki. Senator Lohan. Senator Munia Barnes. Senator Palacios. Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Respicio. Senator Shimizu. Senator Tenorio. Speaker Wampat.
Present. Senator Calvo.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the body please excuse Senator Tenorio, who is unable to be present today due to an illness. And also Senator Forbes.
Okay.
And Senator Frankie Shizaki, who is currently off island. And Senator B.J. Cruz is also off island.
Thank you. And Senator Guthers is here. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I call for the approval of the Legislative Journal dated November 17 to November 21st, 2008. Move to accept subject to corrections.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are communications and petitions, and I move that it be appended to today's session journal.
On that motion, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are messages from Imegalahan Guahan, and I also move that they be appended to today's session journal.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to append the reports of the standing committees to today's session agenda.
On the
Journal.
motion, without objection, so ordered.
There are no reports of select committees, so if I could move on to introduction and first reading of bills and resolutions. I move then, Madam Speaker, that Bill number 396 EC to Bill number 402 EC and Resolution number 205 EC to Resolution whatever was introduced today be accepted and be given its first reading.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, under motions, I move that all resolutions or resolutions of commendation or commendatory or condolence in nature be automatically given its first reading, be adopted, and that legal counsel be authorized to make any technical amendments, and that all members of the legislature be co-sponsors.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I have two motions. The first motion is to place Bill number 398, and it's an act to adopt the Jose D. Leon Guerrero Commercial Port of Guam Master Plan Update 2007 report and to amend Section 10-105 of Chapter 10, Title 12, Guam Code Annotated, relative to the Jose D. Leon Guerrero Commercial Port's authority to lease real property up to 20 years. There is a committee report and there is a deadline, and I move that this be placed in the second reading file.
On the motion, without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, under motions, I have a request of you to declare an emergency declaration for Bill number 402, and it's the governor's bill that would authorize the governor of Guam to secure $20 million to finance cost of the new landfill. And I'm saying to you and to our colleagues that an emergency condition exists involving the danger to the public welfare of the people of Guam, and then I wait for your action on this request to declare Bill 402 an emergency.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. So I, Judith Wampat, Speaker of Eminat Binti Nueve na Legislature Guahan, hereby certify in conformance with Title II Guam Code Annotated Section 2103 for public hearings mandatory as amended that an emergency condition exists involving danger to the public welfare of the people and therefore waive the statutory requirements for a public hearing on Bill number 402 and act to amend 5 GCA Section 1512.2 relative to the authorization to enter into loan for landfill costs, which was introduced on this date, December 11th, 2008, and therefore waive the statutory requirements for a public hearing on Bill number 402 EC. Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Having received your that an emergency condition does exist on Bill 402, I move then to place it on the second reading file without the requirement of a public hearing or a committee report.
So on the motion then, without any objection, so ordered. Senator Pangilinan.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that vetoed Bill 377, which was vetoed by the governor, be placed on the motions at the bottom of the motions portion of the agenda. I do have a copy of it. I didn't bring it with me. It was vetoed. The governor has announced it and so forth, but apparently it hasn't it hasn't been routed to the clerk's office to be placed on the agenda. But I don't think there's any doubt that there's a veto, and would like to place vetoed bill, the veto bill 377 under motions.
We actually were tracking it, and it's at the clerk's office, and it's being reproduced. So,
Okay.
so on that motion then to place vetoed Bill 377 on the second reading, and after on the motion. I'm sorry, on motion. Okay. So on that, no objections ordered. Okay. So Senator Respicio. Okay, we're going to have a 1-minute recess.
But we're not in position. Yeah, because if the government Guam employees have to stay.
slow down, right? If it slows down, it'll start drifting east. What?
Matt, this is an opportunity to be able to read these up.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Respicio, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We just received copies of Veto Bill 377, as well as the governor's reasons behind that veto. So I think we need some time to digest that, and I move to recess until 1 o'clock today.
Okay, and the motion without objections ordered.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to resolve to the Committee of the Whole for purposes of hearing Bill number 399 and to allow the Port Authority of Guam board members and management to come in to answer any questions relating to this bill.
Can you make a motion to accept Bill 398 as substituted?
Bill 39.
Is it substituted?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This is, yes, I'm sorry. I move to accept Bill 398 as substituted and place it into the third reading file.
So we do have a substituted bill? Let me check.
Oh, no, this is the original, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so then to place. Okay.
To place Bill number 398 as introduced into the third reading file.
Okay, and the motion is to
And the motion is to resolve to the Committee of the Whole for purposes of hearing Bill 398 and to allow the board and the management of the Port Authority to come in and answer any questions regarding this bill.
Okay, so on that motion, there no objection? Okay. We would ask if Sergeant Arms can bring the Port Authority officials in, make sure we swear them in, and Senator Espadon, you would be chairing then the Committee of the Whole? Okay.
All right, well, here we are in the Committee of the Whole. I'm sorry? Yes, the members have been sworn in, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome board members and the management of the Port Authority of Guam down for this Committee of the Whole to answer any questions on on Bill 398 as it relates to the approval of the Port Master Plan. And I'm going to ask the Chairman of the Board, Mr. Monty Mesa, to please introduce everybody who is here on behalf of the Port.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Monty Mesa. I'm the board chair for the Port Authority of Guam. And to my right here is Joe Camacho, who's our treasurer for the Port Authority, finance director. And to his right is Dot Harris, who's the chief planner. And to my left here is King Cruz, the assistant general manager for the port.
Colleagues, we are the Bill 398. I'm sure everybody's aware, but just for those who are viewing this on TV, is for the adoption of the master plan that has been prepared by the port and its consultants. And at this point in time, I will open up the floor to anybody who would like to speak on the bill or ask any questions. Senator Calvo, you recognized?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, the question I asked for Mr. Mesa and members of the board, again, looking at the master plan, and correct me if the numbers have changed, but if I can recall, we're looking at an improvement into the port totaling about $195 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's the estimated amount.
Now, the $195 million in expansion and renovation of port facilities, does this take into account the increased marine presence in Guam and the buildup that will be occurring starting in 2010?
Yes, it does, Senator. It part of the Port Master Plan study, the update of the 1999 Port Master Plan that was done before was exactly that, to take into account the impact that will be derived by the increased population of the military and the construction activity that would be associated to the buildup.
Okay. Now, yeah, please, Mr. Camacho.
May I address that question in parts? The financial feasibility study was prepared, and I don't believe it is an attachment to the master plan. But in that study, it calls out that of the $195 million, roughly $140 million relates to the capital requirements of the DoD buildup.
I'm sorry, repeat that. Out of the 195, 140 is the capital
relates to the capital requirements relating to the DoD military buildup. Mm-hmm. And then if you add the component parts that relate to the waterfront land value, book value of existing PAG, upland port facilities, and others, I won't go into all of them, but if you add those, then potentially you could make a case for up to $166 million of the 195 relating to the DoD buildup.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so basically about more than 2/3 of this expansion is a direct result because of the military buildup that will be occurring. Roughly.
Roughly 166 out of 195.
Yeah. So with that, what are the current charges for the use of the port facility now? The wharfage and handling for containers. What are the current charges?
Yeah, those charges are established by the tariff that I believe has not been amended since 1993.
Yeah. But the reason why I'm asking the question, and maybe you can advise us, currently what the cost of throughput for the port for cargo coming in, as well as maybe cargo going out or empty containers going out, and comparative to what is anticipated with the improvements and the capital costs involved for this port expansion and improvement.
Yeah, that's a question that I'm probably going to have to go back and refer to the feasibility plan to
Yeah.
extract that information. I believe the information is there. I just don't know it off the top of my head, and I wouldn't want to just flip through the plan to, you know.
Yeah, by the way, I have no problems with the master plan. Some of the issues I have, but again, we are in some intense discussions with, and I'm talking with the government of Guam in totality, but with the federal government in regards to the planned Marine as well as Air Force and Navy buildup in the island, and the port is again the primary entry point for this buildup. And with that, I know how important it is to move forward in the expansion of the port, the renovations of the current infrastructure. But again, my concern too is what the impact will be for the containers or the cargo that is coming into the Guam, what the impact will be with the cost of goods for our citizens in this regard. And with that, the information that you can provide can also assist us in our discussions. And I know you've been working, Monty, with the governor and working with JIGPO in regards to what type of assistance that the federal government will be providing to our island as a result of the impact. And
Sure.
again, that's some of the questions I've kind of asked. That's why I wanted to know, based on what you have done so far in your master plan and your cost estimates, what a comparative is of the current costs involved in operating the port, what you need in order to pay for those costs in assessing fees to customers, and what can be anticipated in the future as a result of this fairly large capital improvement program.
Right. If I could just talk conceptually for a moment about the feasibility plan, because I think that might put some things in perspective. But to start out, I want to say that the port has spent and committed in the direction of supporting this master plan roughly $7.8 million today. And of that $7.8 million, $5 million is federal sourced funding.
I'm sorry,
only
I'm sorry, Mr. Camacho, how much?
Of the 7.8 million total spent and committed today, which includes the preparation of the master plan, commitments for the EIS, and other works that are necessary to move us forward on the timeline that the military has presented to us, the notional timeline. We have spent or committed $7.8 million to date, and $5 million of that money has been sourced from federal sources. So $2.8 million of port money has been committed to this purpose. And then if I could talk conceptually about the approach we're taking with regard to financing this port, the master plan activity. First of all, the $195 million is based on the notion that the military buildup is going to occur on this notional timeline that has been presented to us. So if you have been following the military buildup, you will see that they presented this chart that shows a slow ramp-up period up until about, I think it's 2010, and then a very steep ramp-up period between 2010 and 2014. And then it sort of levels off at the top, and then it's sort of after maybe 4 or 5 years, it starts to decline on a rapid basis, and then it levels off. So what this chart is what I refer to as the hat, okay, because it's shaped like a hat. And the funding that was developed here really follows sort of the funding requirements, the cash flow requirements will follow the growth in that military activity, because for us to improve our port, we don't really need $195 million. A lot of it is related to the military activity. And so in order to fund and pay for it, in terms of cash flow, you have to ensure that the revenues grow at the same time that you're committing funds for the project. So, and this notional timeline shows that the cash flow needs of the port total about $12.6 million through 2009, $49 million through 2010, $97 million through 2011, and $60 million through 2012. So you can see that that not all of the money will be spent immediately. It sort of follows the sort of build-up, the notional build-up plan that the military's provided. And if I could add that there's nothing concrete about the military's plan. So conceptually, we have to go and figure out how much money we can derive from federal resources. And our goal is to try to get all of it, or at least up to $166 million of it, because that's what the plan identifies as being related to the military buildup. We don't know if we're going to be able to secure that kind of funding from the federal government. We've been told that they don't have money. We have told them that we don't have the money. So I think that, at some point we're going to have to rely on people like MARAD and the front office and whoever else has connections in Washington to help us to secure the funding. The financial feasibility plan actually lays out all of the potential federal departments that we will have to go and knock on their doors to seek funding from. They mention among which are Department of Interior, Office of Economic, what's the OEA, Department of Defense, and we will go and seek funding from all of those sources before we commit any port resources or Government of Guam resources to this purpose. The feasibility plan also points out that the maximum borrowing capacity under different scenarios that we've presented for consideration, the maximum borrowing capacity of the port ranges from 30 million in one scenario to about 70 million in another scenario. I'm using round numbers, so don't hold me to those exact numbers.
It says 35 to 68.
Sorry?
According to your presentation, it's 35 to 68.
Okay, 35 to 68. So thank you for that clarification. I was using round numbers. The point of this is that the financial feasibility plan also recommends that we do not commit the port to the maximum borrowing capacity, which means that on the high end, if our borrowing capacity is 68 million, we are going to commit the port for something less than that. And especially if we are able to source the funding from federal resources as opposed to going to the bond market. There will have to be an element of the resources that will have to come from us locally.
In fact, that's interesting if we can follow up on that, because if you're looking at your borrowing anywhere from 35 to, again, roundabout numbers, 30 to 60 million dollars, and you're looking at about 195 million dollars in improvements, then you're looking, if you're going to borrow 30, that means the other 160 would have to come out of cash flow?
No, it would have to come from federal resources.
Oh, federal resources.
Federal, yes.
Okay.
So we'd have to go to DOD, DOI, and it would be probably a combination of all of the above. For example, of the $5 million that we've secured in terms of commitment from the federal government to help fund what we've done to date, $2 million is coming from DOI, 2.2 million, I was told, is coming from Department of Commerce. I have to validate that, and $500,000 is coming from OEA. So we have already been out there, asking for money and trying to source these places where we're going to have to come up with.
So really, what you're looking towards at this point is trying to get as maximum amount support from the federal government. Hopefully you could get 160, 165 million.
Absolutely.
And then the 30 million would come from the from what our borrowing capacity is, and then you'd fund it through whatever your fees are you're charging.
Right. And I want to qualify that by saying, you know, we would really like to get it all from the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
We just don't know how realistic that is. But we've got enough people working on that today to ensure that we get a large chunk. And in fact, we're currently pursuing about $40 million from DOI, and that's not secured yet, but it is in the works, and we're aggressively pursuing that.
I got a last question, because then that means the time, you know, I'm sure you folks have a certain timetable, and it actually should be a very expedited timetable, since we're looking at 2010 for the first, I guess the picks and shovels start digging the ground. With such a short period of time, and I know you folks have to work on again, sending out your RFPs for construction projects. You got to do it in a certain time table. Without any commitment yet, a solid commitment from the federal government, do you have a bit of a concern about making those timetables?
Well, I think the first thing that has to occur is we have to have a plan.
Yeah.
Because without a plan, nobody's going to give us money.
Yeah.
Federal government, USDA, the bond market, the banks, nobody's going to give us money without a plan. So the first thing is to get this master plan across the line.
Okay.
The second thing then is to go out and develop the plan for the implementation plan, which is what goes first, second, and third, and you know how much construction will occur in 2010, 2011, 2012, et cetera. And then, you know, as we go along, we come up with ideas on how to finance the various elements of that. The way it's laid out today in the financial feasibility plan, as I said, it's $12 million that we'll need to spend through 2009, 49 million through 2010, and 97 million through 2011, and 60 million through 2012. Again, I just have to qualify this, that this is all based on the military's notional timeline. Nobody really knows what that timeline is for certain today, and nobody knows how much activity is going to occur within each of the years. We've had to put a stake in the ground, and the stake in the ground was based on their throughput estimates, you know, that they presented to us.
Okay.
And
anyway, thank you, Mr. Camacho.
Okay.
You've answered my questions for now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
okay.
Senator Barnes for a follow-up question.
On a side note, just want to inquire, the director of the Port Authority, is there any reason why he's not here right now? Mr. LG?
Yes, Senator. He is currently off island attending an EDA conference. This is another effort that we're looking at to try and see what kind of financial resources we can get through grants or through application process with EDA. So he's attending that conference in Sacramento, California.
So Mr. Cruz is the acting?
Mr. Cruz
Yes.
is the deputy
The
director
Deputy Director.
of the port.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up on
Yeah,
Senator
I do.
Calvo's
I
question?
did have some concerns, because just based on the increase that were previously asked, we're looking at a benefit to DOD in the amount of anywhere between, as you stated, 140 to 191. And at any time, have you engaged with military personnel to see what efforts they have in their efforts to working closely with the port? Have they shared any interest in renting, leasing, help renovate, refurbish, and maintain the port in any way? I'm just going to ask, and there's a reason to this.
Yeah, you know, everyone I've spoken to on the military side has indicated that they believe that, you know, the activity is going to be a benefit to the island of Guam, and therefore, you know, the island of Guam should prepare itself for the buildup. And they would like very much to see that the Port Authority of Guam benefits along with the rest of the island in that buildup activity. They've never expressed any interest in leasing or taking on a piece of port property for their activities. In fact, I think they've already started developing Kilo Wharf, which is their own military port. And my understanding...
So you're saying that's their own port. So what, my concern, Joe, is with this, knowing that this transition is there and knowing that we're looking for the military side, the DoD side, to benefit from this upgrade on the infrastructure, where does that leave us? Because you're looking at this implementation plan based on the military buildup. And my next question was, what's Plan A? And if Plan A doesn't work based on what you had just answered to Senator Calvo, in as far as the timeline, if Plan A doesn't work with the military, what's Plan B, what's Plan C? And just looking at the short-term summary report, I'm already seeing that there will be average increases in the tariff to maintain just the cash flow and basic build-up for the borrowing capacity. And you can correct me anytime if I'm wrong. And then I've got other questions to that, is because yes, I'm no stranger to this. In the 27th Guam Legislature, we looked at public-private partnerships, what we could do to upgrade and work alternatives to refurbish or to get the necessary equipment to the port that was needed. And if I'm not mistaken, I knew that there was some interest in the military either acquiring, looking into, and leasing. And I just need to continue to brief more on the document in reference to what the military played a part of, or what was actually military owned or leased back then that may be changed today. So
that's a multi-part question, and
yes,
my lawyers have always told me to be
definitely
careful
is a
with multi-part questions.
Question on this end. So I think it's really important because I'd like to know what steps do you have to date looking at that, because the summary breakdown only shows how a plan will be in place, but you don't have the intricacies of step A, part B, part C, and D.
Right.
Knowing that, and you've already publicly noted that they're working on their own, and I do know that there was previous communication with the military on this effort.
Yes, and if I could
Unless things have
address,
changed.
if I can address, you raised the question about the tariff being a portion, a means of funding in portion the $195 million cost of the buildup. The way we approach this from the financial feasibility plan perspective is to take into consideration that we didn't want the full burden of the buildup and the cost of modernizing the port to be borne by the people of Guam. So the approach we took was to look at scenarios that include, how much money would it take, how much of a tariff increase would it take to help fund the port? That's one element of the cash flow requirements of paying back any monies that are borrowed for this. The second was through DoD surcharges. The third was to actually go out and source funds from the federal government, and then the fourth approach was to actually implement the the performance management contract PMC law that exists today. It started out as a PPP, converted to the PMC, performance management contract. And we are actually moving down the track of doing a PMC request for information. The next step would then be to put out the RFP and find out who's interested in operating the port and contributing to the development of the port, just as you saw in GPA's model, where they actually went out and did a public-private partnership, and in one of those models had one of their PPPs contribute to the development of the power plant. So we are taking a multi-step approach to finding financing resources to develop the port. We're not just looking at one source of funding to pay for it. And it's not ever intended that the full burden would be on the people of Guam or the people of Micronesia, because this port services a lot of the outlying islands as well.
Before I ask, just based on what was given and what my concern is whether you call it rumor or information's sake out there, we already know that the military contracts for the Hilo Wharf indicate that they will eventually bypass our port, at least, for me, at least in a large part. And I just want to know, have you guys in any of that, I'm not being a pessimist, I'm just looking at the reality sake of this, in any part did you include what will happen if that eventually comes to full fruition? And is there anything in part of the plans that you include in as far as the economic impact study, which includes not only the projected goals, but what it would look like if your plan A doesn't work based on what's happening right now, and if that doesn't come to fruition? And I say that only to be realistic, because though we may not know we may want to look at this plan and move forward with it, and everything else is coming that's pre-decisional, that usually changes. And Monty, you and I know that when we go to these meetings or these business conferences and all that, things that were pre-decisional changes, like, oh, no, we're going to do this. And that's exactly what we hear well, at least what I'm hearing now as actually working with concrete information. I know nothing's written in stone, but I do know that they're looking at that. I do know that this is said. So has the port taken any of that into account?
Yes, we have, Senator. And that's the purpose of why we went and engaged in this master plan for the Port Authority of Guam. I agree. We cannot allow any of this activity currently being produced out of our commercial port to be allowed to be done over at the Navy's side of the piers and in our wharfs out there. We cannot allow that. So the planning of this master plan is to ensure, and this is again all the strategies that we're looking at, is we got to get a plan. We've committed to the port and to the community that the port will continue to service the needs of the entire community, and it can be handled through the Port Authority of Guam. Granted that it needs some improvements. We need that regardless if the military is going to come or not. We still need improvements at the port. However, the catalyst to try and drive this improvement, entails and also being able to anticipate the growth that the military will bring. But under no circumstances that we will allow, I would hope that we all agree here, that we cannot allow any of the commercial side of the port operations to be allowed to be done in the military's improvement of their Kilo Wharf.
The EIS study has been commissioned. It's being commissioned and will be worked on before. What's the timeline on that?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What's your
I'm sorry. It's an environmental impact study.
Yeah, it's
not
not
My mind was focused on EIS, environmental impact study.
No, I'm talking economic.
No, we did.
Does your reassessment based on this increase? Are you guys even going to do it?
The financial feasibility plan addresses the economics of funding this port development relative to the activities that are anticipated through the military buildup and the organic growth of the community. So
Yeah, but Monty just noted for the record, Mr. Camacho, that that whether or not we have this military buildup, that this plan needs to be done. I know that needs to be done. What avenues have you taken for that? Is there an economic, will there be a plan in place to follow this? And please, Dot, if you have an answer to that, please share that with us.
We know that we will have to comply with the NEPA regulations, National Environmental Protection Act, through either an environmental impact assessment or an environmental impact statement. And both of those studies have an economic, socioeconomic component. That's part of the assessment itself. So it will be addressed during either the environmental assessment stage or if it goes full-blown EIS.
Okay, so when you say if, so are you saying that's still in the planning stage and it's not going to happen for now, or will it happen?
We still need to determine to the extent how much of an environmental study needs to be conducted for what we plan to do with the port. That, of course, is contingent upon the implementation plan, the type of construction that will be called for based on the design phase. And then once that is identified, that will then determine the type of environmental review that's going to be required. And this is primarily to satisfy the federal regulations under NEPA. So we will have an socioeconomic component as part of the study, but to the extent that the port is going to be required to comply, whether it's going to be an economic assessment or, an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement, that still remains to be seen.
So you can't do it unless the plan is passed. Is that what you're actually saying?
I believe that we will not be able to move forward with significant improvements to the port that are the size of improvements that are needed for the military buildup without a plan. Nobody is going to give us money without a plan. And so this is the first major step in moving us in the direction of getting this port modernized. Now, I do have to say that I think part of your question was, what if the military goes forward with building Kilo Wharf? They are. That's a fact. What kind of an impact does that have on our ability to make the projected revenues based on what the military's provided to us? My understanding is that port is being designed to handle munitions and not to be designed to be handling general economic activities that relate to the buildup. In fact, they're only building enough rail capacity and to handle, I think, two large cranes, and that's not sufficient to handle the kind of throughput that they're talking about here. In fact, the master plan here calls for up to 4 to 5 cranes to be able to handle this buildup efficiently. So that's one issue. The port has not been modernized for a period of 40 years. The port hasn't even been maintained for half of that period of time. And what we're talking about here is a plan of modernization and maintenance that we can keep this port working like a world-class port. One of the things that's going to be required to help finance the port buildup is an improvement in productivity and efficiency of the port, much to the point where today we're moving somewhere around 17 to 18 moves per hour. We're going to have to get up to world-class standards of somewhere between 25 to 30 moves per hour in order to keep the costs at a reasonable level to be able to fund this to fund this development. So I don't know if that addressed all of your questions and challenges, but that's my understanding, at least from all of the people I've talked to. Masson Horizon, it's well known that they've gone and procured 3 cranes on their own behalf. They have a license to use the rails, and I don't think they would have made that investment if they were not sure that they would, that the port, number one, needed it, and number two, that they needed it in order to ensure the fast turnaround time that's going to be required for them to meet their time schedules over in Asia, because they've got to turn these ships very quickly and move to the next port. So, so there's a lot of interesting and creative ways that we're approaching the financing of this activity, and through participation by private companies like Masson Horizon, where they've taken it upon themselves to make a very sizable investment. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $18 million that they've put up to do this. They're partners with us. They're critical to our success. They're critical to the island's success, and they have come forward with help. And that's, I think that sort of speaks to the opportunity here. But we cannot move forward in the timeline that's been put in front of us unless we get this plan approved. It's as simple as that. Nobody's going to loan us $30 million or $100 million or $200 million without a plan.
Right, and as I look at this plan and the initial budget estimate that's going to be needed for this, you're looking at $195 million, and then that's safe to say, right? Yes. And you're looking at 30 to 60 million of that to be in federal grant funding. Am I right?
We're looking for a lot more than that.
Yeah.
No, okay. The simple question is, we're looking at 195 million, and we're going to try and ascertain money from the feds and grants and all that stuff. What would be the port's projected income to move this plan forward? And if we could not find the financial resources, what would be the next step? What is plan B if we couldn't find that financial resources? I'm not even talking about the employees right now. I'm just talking about trying to move this plan forward based on a overall summary need right now on your budget estimations at 195 million. What would be GovGuam's cost to this, even if we didn't do the public-private partnerships, inclusive of the private-public partnerships, and what else do we need? Because as we look at it, we're going to need money, and money that none of us have right now. We're looking at a closure of a dump, an opening of another dump, all of this stuff, and Lord knows I want to help you guys, but I'm just trying to be realistic right now.
I don't think anyone would proceed with putting $195 million of investment in there if the economic activity wasn't there to support it. That would not be wise on our part. And so the phased approach to development, if you look at the cash flow projections in terms of how much we would spend by year, that was partly because you can't have any more activity than that because of the volume of construction activity, but also because it follows the pattern of growth that's anticipated over the 2010 to 2014 period. So.
Yeah, to add to that, Senator, I mean, again, yes, the estimate is 195, but it doesn't mean that we're going to spend all of that. One of the things that we're doing is also, as part of the plan, is we're in the process now of putting out an RFP to bring in a owner-agent consultant to help us devise now an implementation plan. This is where the details will come in to again, look at the plan and ensure that this estimate is true to the dollars that based on current dollars now, and we need to produce that implementation plan. This will be giving the details on the phase approach that we're looking at. Again, we won't necessarily improve this port unless we have the funding and seeing that the revenues that we're projecting also to generate the cash flows that we need, and the ability for us to garner whether they're grants or hopefully most of it in grants from the federal government, and with the private partner that we're looking at to bring in with the PMC.
Yeah, one thing that concerns me is based on your summary, you have an estimated 2.3% average on annual escalations needed to maintain that cash flow. And I'm going to say, when do you cap it? When does it stop? Does it continue? Does it work on a continuous rate? Are we going to continue to keep raising the pricing for these containers or for the fees of the port? And when does it stop?
Well,
That's just
the
one
assumption of annual increases to the tariff was based on X percentage of the funding coming from DoD surcharges, X percentage coming from efficiency and productivity improvements, and X percentage coming from grants. If you get 100% grants, you won't have to change the tariffs. So because it costs you nothing to build a port. If you get $166 million contributed by the federal government, that just means your tariff increases will be a lot less than what's in the plan. So the 2.3 million or 2.3% rather that you're talking about is again not set in stone. It's only a notional percentage if these other component parts come together as planned. Okay. If they change, then it will require a different change to the tariff on a periodic basis. And one of the requirements of financing this activity will be that the control of the tariffs go to a body like the PUC, because they need certain assurances that they can adjust that tariff as business and economic conditions change. Much the same way that we're seeing with power rates today through the PUC. And thank God the power rates are going down now. So I think, I don't know if that answers your question, but the mechanism is there as a component part of the total resources that are derived or expected to be derived under the financing scheme.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, my concern here as far as this, please, I think it's important for me when it comes to the economic study and what it would bring to this floor. Both planned and unplanned, for me, I think would be important. If Plan A doesn't work, what is Plan B? What happens? So that we have a better understanding. I need to know that ahead of time, what risks does the island of Guam have to take, and what do we need to consider what next steps are going to be based on the plans that exist today. And like I'm saying, I'm just saying, in any case scenario, if Plan A doesn't work, what do we have Plan B? And that's why studies need to be done. The economic study needs to be done. And I think, for me, that's my concern. My other concern on a personal note are what protections do our workers have today that exist, and what protections do they have right now as this plan progresses on? Do we lose everything based on what this proposed plan looks in as far as the progression of it and what protections are there? Same case scenario as we did when we were looking at the previous sale of a government entity, and those are the concerns I'm really looking at. But for me, right now, based on the time, the risk factors for me are even greater. And if I don't have Plan B in place and Plan A doesn't work, then for you and me, Mr. Chair, we'd be literally messed up, screwed for that matter. And I'm being realistic about this statement, and I think it's only fair. And as I look at this plan, I know the intentions are great. I just need to know and look at all the risk factors involved, and I need to know, are our dots really, are our I's dotted and our T's crossed as this administration continues to say? I need to know where is that in place here.
Thank you, so noted. And if I may, again, okay, and I'll allow Mr. Camacho to comment.
I just wanted to comment on Plan A, Plan B. The way we need to roll this out is to take the master plan, come up with an implementation plan. The implementation plan should say, what do we need as a community to take us forward? Build that first. What do we need in terms of supporting the military buildup on a priority basis? So, you know, if there are 10 priorities, we prioritize them in order of importance, and you build it in order of priority, and then that will be determined by the implementation plan. And so the next big step is to take that master plan and carve it up into little component parts on how we're going to implement this, and do it in the way that you're suggesting, which is to do it in a way that we can afford it, and do it in a way that we get our needs taken care of first, and then prioritize the military needs A through Z. And I think that's a very logical approach.
And I think my sentiments exactly.
Right.
So as we look at this process and we look at this presentation right now, as you so stated, it's important to know if we have that in place, then please let's delineate it detailed here so that we know exactly how this is going to run and how it's going to progress. So I just want to say that as broad and the intent is there and it's good. I just know that there's some tweaking that more tweaking needs to be in here so that I could feel more comfortable, because I really don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, and then if we lose out just based on what's happening. Everybody expects this military buildup. Right now, I'm not so sure. Right now, with what's being said, what the military says today is not necessarily done tomorrow, and that's where I'm going to hold real keen to my heart the reservations on what changes will be made, because right now things may be pre-decisional, but for them it will always change. And if we're gonna look at that perspective based on just this build-up, we better have a plan B and C, and in D for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lujan,
Thank
your
you.
point?
I think, maybe to answer previous speakers' statements in regards to prioritize, I think Mr. Camacho answered that in the sense that the fact that the need of $195 million, rounded off to $200 million for the port's needs, the $166 million of that is directly attributed to the military buildup. But the balance, which is 29 rounded to 30 million, is what is needed for us today, for our buildup. I mean, for our island's needs. So I think it's self-explanatory in that right off the bat, we're going to have to improve the port right now for our needs, and that's to the tune of about $30 million. And then, and I like what you said earlier in the sense that we must take care of our civilian needs, and then prioritize the military's needs, and after that to the tune of 166, by that time probably $170 million of that. But I think it's self-explanatory in that our needs need to be met first, because regardless if military comes in or not, regardless of what stages they do the buildup, that the port needs to be built out, to be upgraded, and that is to the tune of at least 30 mil, if not north to about 50 million in regards to upgrades. But I think you've answered that, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Senator Respicio, were you recognized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anyone's going to argue here how important the Port Authority is, and how it could either, like I said to the chairman earlier, how it could either improve our economic situation or hurt it. And if the port doesn't upgrade, though we don't upgrade those facilities, it could be the choke point. And this is the concern that the military has already been expressing. So when I'm going to ask a series of questions, it's no slight to the port, to the management or the board, the management and the staff. Really, it's just questions that need to be asked, and I'm looking forward to certain answers. The previous speakers have pointed out concerns already with the process, even more so that there's no economic impact study or no environmental impact study that the senator from Manila has been able to confirm from you guys. There's also no inkling on how we're going to finance this $195 million plan. It's for me, it's like deja vu all over again. And I'm going to tie this into the Lajan landfill. When the administration said, and we all agreed, that we have to have a new landfill, and they selected the site even before they did an economic impact study. The administrator of EPA at the time said that that project was not going to cost more than $500,000, so they didn't do an EIS. They didn't do any environmental impact studies. They chose the property before all those studies occurred. And if you could follow me for a moment in how that resulted in now binding us through a consent decree and through a federal judge saying that we have to come up with $159 million to fund this. Just like what we're trying to be asked from you guys today, to adopt a plan of $195 million worth of improvements without any idea of how we're going to finance this. And we run the risk of lending our support to this statutorily by adopting this plan. You guys will go out and seek financing, and if you're not successful in raising the monies required to fund this plan, the possibility is increasing the tariffs, right? And what if the tariffs are increased so much to where it's going to be a bust for those businesses who have to bring these items in, and we're going to see a corresponding huge increase, at the supermarkets, at just about anything, because you guys have your hand in everything that comes to Guam that goes, through the Port Authority, and that's a big percentage, of goods. Notwithstanding what Continental Airline brings in or other airlines, it's just, you guys bring in almost every item you see in the session hall more than likely came through the commercial port. And so we have a document before us, Mr. Chairman, that does not have a financial feasibility study, that does not have the economic impact study or the environmental impact study. And I thought that there's a requirement in law that any time a legislature adopts a plan, these are the certain requirements have to accompany that plan. And I know for one instance, economic impact study is required. And so rather than saying that this plan is deficient, because we recognize that a lot of work went into this. I even attended the public hearing, and I told your general manager, who I have the utmost respect for, I said, it's kind of like projecting that Governor Guam is going to have a revenue of $1 billion, even though we know it's going to be about $520 million. So we pass a budget worth $1 billion worth of appropriations. Then we let the governor decide how he's going to spend that money. Right now, we're passing $195 million worth of upgrades to the port and putting that authority and that challenge and the ability to make those tough decisions, we're just like brushing it off to you, Monty, and you, Joe, and and the staff there at the port. Do you agree with what I'm saying right now? With the plan may not be deficient, but I think the process is, and I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. To publicly say and legislatively, if this bill were to be passed as presented, we're basically saying that we're going to have $195 million worth of upgrades, but we don't have an idea of how we're going to fund it. Just, and with all due respect, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't think, as a member of this legislature, I don't think I want to get fooled again by an administration who seems to be coming up with the plans before figuring out how we're going to implement these plans. Do you have any comment? Because I want to make this work. The last thing I want to do is reject this plan, because I think that will send a very terrible message to the community and to the Department of Interior, which you're trying to court right now, that maybe the legislature is not serious about upgrading the port. But the other side is, I don't want to pass a plan where we have no sound a financial feasibility study, where as the senator from Manila pointed out, this is not broken up into phases. At the hearing, I said, well, how much do you think you can get? Well, we need about 30 million for our organic growth, and maybe we can get that right now. So what's to guarantee that if we pass 195 million, the board is going to take this, and you can only raise 30 million through whatever sources? What's to guarantee that the board's only going to make sure that this first 30 million is for the port's needs, for their organic growth, and it's not going to, get shifted because somebody wants something else done under the guise of the military buildup? What kind of assurances can you give us, and how can we fix this so that we're not committing to a plan that has no financial feasibility study?
Thank you, Senator. I think one suggestion, we did put together a financial feasibility study, and what you might suggest maybe for you to have that comfort in approving or adopting this plan is to put in there that we must present the financial feasibility, and also that we can also demonstrate that we have the funding source before we pull the trigger in doing any of the major improvements for the port. One thing for sure that we're cognizant about is that we're not going to overbuild this port, because we know that after the military buildup, if that ever occurs and when it occurs, that after that happens, that we can continue to sustain ourselves after that. And part of that implementation plan is that we are now going out to try and get done is to ensure that the details that Senator Tina Muna Barnes has asked for will be done. Again, it's done in phases. It's not. This is not a panacea to solve all the concerns that we have at the port, but this is a strategic forward movement. And again, one of the things that we're trying to build at the port is credibility all the way around. Credibility with the management team and the people down there that we do have the manpower to get this thing done. Secondly, we're building financial credibility. For the last 5 years, we've proven, and the port management team has been diligent in again, reflecting positive results in their financial statements. And third, with the plan that we put together, again, we're receiving very good feedback from the military that we're on the right step, and they're supportive. One of the things that we've done, again, in moving this forward, is also partnering up with the Maritime Administration, MARAD. And these are just some of the steps that we're looking at and being diligent in as far as, again, our quest to get as much federal support as possible to afford this. It's an ambitious plan, but it's a plan that will get us to a world-class port facility. And I think that we all agree that we all want this. We want to improve the quality of life here, not just for Guam also, but also for the region. And I think that hearing from the other leaders from the other region, I mean, they're supportive, and they want us to continue moving forward with the strategic plans that we've outlaid already.
And what's to prevent you from presenting these plans to MARAD and the Department of Interior to say, this is what we want to do, but we need funding? Are they requiring that the legislature adopt this plan in order for them to take you guys seriously?
I believe that, again, this is a whole Guam team approach, and we put this plan together looking at the best interests of this community, but also for this region. And as mentioned earlier by Director Camacho here, in part of our financing scheme in looking at all the potential funding sources, it's not just the military that we're looking at, but also Department of Interior, because this is an insular area. It's Guam and the region, and the information that we've been getting, there's a good case for us, and we're building a very good case in putting this plan together because it addresses the insular areas as well. And I think that that's one area that we're looking at to really drive some of the funding resources because there's an obligation here from that particular agency.
Would you guys agree that this is more like a needs assessment for the port? It needs assessment to the tune of $195 million, and if certain conditions occur, if the military build up, it's going to take us from 29 million up to 195 million. Isn't this more of a needs assessment as a first step rather than as a last step? Because that's my concern, and I'm not into the business of giving blank checks or raising false hope, because I don't want the legislature 10 years from now, I don't want history to show that the 29th Guam Legislature just passed a pipe dream. And I want to try to have a process where the legislature, we really say what we mean and we do what we say, that if we adopt this as a needs assessment, do you think that would give you guys the stature to continue your financial feasibility study, your both EISs, to have ability to talk to Merit about, the legislature recognizes the needs of the port and they adopted our needs assessment. I don't know about adopting a plan right now.
Absolutely, Senator. I truly believe in that again, it sends a clear message that we have the support of the legislature. And, you have the oversight. We have an oversight chair that reviews the activities of the port. But this just sends a clearer message that we are moving.
Would we accomplish that if we converted this plan into a needs assessment to agree that these are the things the port needs to do in order to have a first class, a 5-star port, and to have that port available for the military buildup, rather than just adopting a plan at this point?
Senator Respicio, the needs assessment is part of the master plan process. It's a component of what we have contained here. I know that this document doesn't provide the level of detail that I know many of the senators here are interested in receiving, but the nature of the master plan itself is to be a guide, provide guidance on how we want to proceed in a more concrete level further down the road. It is, the nature of the master planning process itself is highly conceptual. And then based on what is identified, land use proposals that are in the plan, proposed projects that are in the plan, as both Director Camacho and Chairman Mesa have mentioned earlier, these will be addressed in more concrete terms. The nuts and bolts of how we plan to do this will manifest itself within the implementation plan. In the implementation plan, that is where the design phase will also come in, and based on the design phase, the costs will be attached to all of that. This will be a fully transparent process. As you know, all of these, every step of this of the implementation plan has to go before board review. There is a process for public review, for public comment. So at this juncture, for us to be able to provide, again, the level of detail that I know that you are very, very interested in and in seeing, this is not what the master plan has been prepared to provide. It is coming. It will be coming, and we will certainly make sure that if any of the senators in this room want to have a direct participation, absolutely, that's part of that. We certainly could use as much input and as much help as possible in that process.
What's there to participate in if we've already adopted the plan? I think it's a case of putting the cart before the horse. You're asking us to adopt a plan absent a financial feasibility study, both economic and environmental impact studies. how do we know that this is even attainable? This is realistic. You can't answer the question because of the military factor, because of the factors whether or not the military is going to need this much upgrades, if they're going to even come to Guam. President-elect Obama's transition team, I understand, is reviewing that agreement between the United States and Japan to relocate these Marines from Okinawa to Guam. And I know, and I appreciate the predicament that you are all in, because it's a catch-22. What do? They criticize us for not having a port to accommodate their needs, but they have not been honest and transparent about what their needs are, number one, or whether or not they're even coming here. So now the legislature is faced with a plan that's just conceptual, but even take a look at the 2030 master plan for the transportation highway. I mean, there's funding behind that. There's funding behind that, and it's earmarked fiscal year after fiscal year. But in this case, I don't want to say the document is deficient. I want to say the process is deficient because it's still pending certain things that I'd like to have a part of it. And if you need to have the legislature make a statement that we support upgrades to the tune of $195 million, I'm willing to lend my support for that, because I think the worst thing we can do is outright reject this plan. But if we can, would you be adverse to amending this bill, Mr. Chairman, if we do a conditional approval, that this is approved, conditional approval, subject to the subsequent approval by Legislature and Guahan of the financial feasibility study, so that when you ask the legislature to participate, we're actually participating in things that will make sense, that your financial feasibility study will show we're going to get $40 million from DOI, we're going to get $30 million from tariffs increases or something. So legislature, we have $70 million, and you guys propose how that $70 million is going to be spent, but you're asking the legislature to approve something before all those other factors occur. And we're up against a timeline, and I've asked legal counsel to prepare an amendment that will just approve this upon those conditions, not to outright reject it and not to outright adopt it, because nice try.
Senator, just to clarify, you're asking the chair on
and the members.
In fact, I was going to recommend that perhaps you ask the members, because one thing that they have presented earlier was that they need this master plan to go forward, to go look for the monies to back up the plan. I think the question would be appropriate to be directed at the members of this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I then direct the question to the panel. Would it make better sense, of course, rather than rejecting it, would it make better sense if this plan was conditionally approved? And I'm just speaking on my behalf, trying to get support for something.
I think we'll consider all avenues in getting this master plan through the finish line, so to speak, so we can do that. And if it requires us, if you require us to do more work on it, we've already done a financial feasibility study. We can forward that to all the members of this legislature and look at that. But we're here to try to get everybody's support to put this plan in place, because this is the starting point.
And at least you walk away from this session saying, hypothetically, if we were to prove this subject to those conditions, at least you have the legislature saying, we agree to this concept that the port has to have $195 million worth of upgrades, but then the next step would be, how do we fund that? And all the other components that we talked about.
You stated several conditions. What are the other conditions? I know that the financial feasibility, we're able to produce that. We've done that already, and we can put that as part of this if that's a condition that would give
and
you a
also
little comfort.
I think there's a legal requirement to have economic impact studies if a plan is over $500,000.
Okay. That's another federal funding that we'll go after to pay for those studies. I mean, that's one of the avenues on some of these federal agencies that have advised us on how we could afford to do certain things. Doing studies is one of the things that would qualify under certain grants. So if that is a requirement, we certainly would push it. We know how important this is, and we'll seek those funding sources to get this study done.
How come that wasn't part of the plan that you submitted to the legislature? And so that way you can give us assurances that this is how much money's needed and this is how we're going to fund it. It's just very basic. I guess because you wanted us to adopt the concept, then you were going to pursue the funding based on those concepts.
Yes, and again, the strategy is again to gain credibility for the port in implementing this. We had the steps in doing this process. We are looking at the financial feasibility to come up with the financial scenario that would make sense, that we can afford.
Don't you think you're setting yourself up for failure, though?
I don't believe so.
That you're asking for you're looking at $195 million worth of upgrades, but you don't really know if it's possible.
No, because as we stated earlier, we will not obligate anything if we do not have the funding sources or have the revenue sources to pay for it. We just are not going to do that. One of the things that we did say is, we need to upgrade our port. We have part of the plan is to upgrade the port without this military build-out, and we know what it costs we know a cost to do that, just to upgrade the port with our normal growth.
I guess for me, it's the expectation factor. If I go out and tell my wife, let's go build a new house and bring home a blueprint that shows a mansion, and then we end up with a very basic home. The other thing, as we have legal counsel prepare that amendment, could you quickly talk about why you want the lease to go from 5 years to 20 years? That would require legislative approval?
Yes, we've been, again, to match up the development of the port, aside from the container yard operation, which is basically the most critical and priority, is the other properties outside of the container yard that have an opportunity to have public and private partnerships, or even put out RFPs for people to help develop areas that support the port, that the port doesn't need to come up with the financing to do those kinds of improvements.
But is there anything in the law that prohibits you from submitting a lease agreement to the legislature for any one of your tenants who need to have a lease that's more than 5 years? I think there's a mechanism to do that, right?
Well, right now, we're only authorized to issue agreements up to 5 years.
I know.
And it cannot be, option. It has to be revisited each year, each term.
It's up to 5 years. But if it's longer than 5 years, then you have to seek legislative approval.
That's true, and that again is part of the process of the current legislation. But at the time, to take advantage of the opportunity for, again, the desire and the appetite for people to invest is critical, and time kills all deals. And if we drag it out too long and go through this process where it has to go, again, over and over to be approved for every additional 5 years, a lot of the investors are that we talk to, it's a deal breaker for them. They want to be able to at least know for sure that they have a certain time element that they're working with to invest, and also be able to recoup that investment.
But if you guys talk about operating in being a transparent manner, there's nothing that would prohibit the port from entering into an agreement that's longer than 5 years, provided it's approved by the legislature. I know you said time kills all deals, but creating a speedy, swift process creates an appearance of impropriety. And the ability to give contracts to whoever we want that may not necessarily be the best deal. So that's why we have procurement laws, and that's why we have processes for a check and balance. I know you don't ever, as chairman of the board, want to be accused of hand-picking tenants or not providing that space for everybody, or having that available only to somebody that you want. So there's no prohibition right now from you having tenants stay there longer than 5 years, as long as it just gets approved by the legislature. Is it really that bad that somebody will not want to enter into an agreement with the port if they have to get legislative approval?
Yes, it's been expressed, and again, there's no guarantees that the future legislature will approve those additional years that the company is looking to get granted an additional 5 years. It's just not practical, especially if an investment of a significant amount.
Why are they afraid of that deal being exposed? If it's fair?
I don't believe so, because we will, like you said, there is statutes and procurement, and we have to go through that process. And the board doesn't necessarily arbitrarily approves things.
I think just from a financial perspective, if a company wants to lease a piece of property for a long period of time, it's because they've made a substantial investment and they want to recover that investment over that period of time. So for instance, you might have, I'll just take a hypothetical, you might have a company like Mobil or Shell wants to put in fuel tanks and upgrade the fuel tanks because the tanks are not in good condition today. They might have to spend $20 million to do that, and they're not going to spend $20 million with a 5-year lease. So economically, it just makes sense for them to approach, and want a longer-term lease.
No, I understand that, because they're doing their rate of return on the investment, and they factor those things out. But if Mobil and Shell really saw that having something like that with the port is a financial opportunity for that company, would it really be a deal breaker for someone like Mobil or Shell if they had to come through the legislature to authorize that lease beyond 5 years?
I think it's not a deal breaker. It just takes more time, and you have to go through another process as opposed to just dealing with the port board and the port organization. And so it takes more time, and it takes a lot more effort to get that to the finish line. Can I back up a little bit and just answer the questions regarding the conditions? You mentioned 2 conditions. One is the financial feasibility study, which is completed and was not attached to this to the master plan. That can be provided. It's actually on the port internet site. The other is the economic impact assessment, which has also been completed, and we can provide that to you in very short order. So both of those are currently available and can be provided in a short order.
But I saw your financial feasibility study. I thought it was still in draft form, but that's been adopted? Or that's in final form?
It's been through public hearing. I don't know what the current status of, has that been?
No, the board hasn't adopted the financial scenario, and like I said,
but that's nothing definitive. It just represents different scenarios, right?
Yes.
Like military charge, and I glanced at that
yes.
with Mr. Chairman, with your staff.
Where we are today on the financial feasibility plan is there is a finance committee that consists of representatives from the financial community, and I'll mention their names. John Onodera from Ernst & Young, he's a partner in that organization. Frank Santos, who has extensive experience in bond financing from the airport. He's a consultant for the airport. John Arroyo, who is with the government of Guam Federal Credit Union. Paul Bloss, representing the Chamber of Commerce. and then Vivian from the port organization, and Jojo, who's the financial controller of the port. So that committee is currently looking at what is the most, what is the approach that should be recommended to the board for adoption in terms of financing the activities of this master plan. And that committee is actually meeting this coming Friday, tomorrow, in fact, to take that to the next step.
We have a bill before us that if passed, would adopt the master plan. But also, this bill, if Section 3 remained intact, it would give the port the authority to make commercial leases for a term not to exceed 20 years. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to question germaneness at this time to see if Section 3 is really germane to the main bill, which simply adopts the master plan. It's probably an issue that we can discuss, separately, but I don't know why it was put into this bill.
Senator, I believe that contained within the master plan, that is one of the requests that is in the master plan. So again, we put that in the legislation to make sure that everybody in this body knew that was in the master plan. So by adopting master plan, that would be one of the things that would be adopted. Now, I believe that perhaps because the bill now belongs to the body because it's now on the floor, it is up to the body's discretion whether to remove that as part of the approval process and not approve it, approve the master plan and maybe take that section out and whatnot. So that was just to make the body aware that was one of the requests contained in the master plan.
Yeah, but I attended the public hearing, and I believe the senator from Barrigada, a speaker, he was going to do an amendment that would be a catch-all phrase that anything that would require subsequent legislative action must be approved by the legislature, so that, remember that discussion where he was asking, does this plan rezone certain properties or do certain things?
Correct.
And if it does, and I'm sure he's going to work on that amendment and present it to us, that it's going to require subsequent legislative authorization so that we're not approving a blanket and we're not rezoning certain areas, or we're not doing things like Section 3.
Correct. And because of that public hearing and and that sentiment put out by the senator from Barrigada, again, there was just to make evident that was in the master plan, and if there was going to be a change, an amendment made, then that's, at least everybody's fully aware.
So on the issue of germaneness, then it's germane because you said it's part of the master plan.
It is contained within the master plan.
Then I would move to delete Section 3.
Is that the motion is
No.
to delete Section 3
Could you give me,
of
because
the
I'm
bill?
also working on another amendment.
Okay, I tell you what, let's take a 1-minute recess so we can give you time to discuss with legal counsel. We'll take a 1-minute recess. We're back in session. Senator Espicio, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I understand in my mind's eye what I'm going to attempt to accomplish here with this legislature. There's two amendments here, and the first amendment takes into concerns that we talked about adopting $195 million worth of a plan without any idea how to finance it. So the first section would amend Section 2, would call for a master plan conditionally approved, delete the word adoption, and it'll read, the Jose de Leon Guerrero Commercial Port Master Plan Update 2007 report is hereby conditionally approved and adopted by Legislature in Guahan, subject to Legislatura's subsequent approval of the financial feasibility plan and economic impact assessment to be submitted by the Board of Directors of the Jose de Leon Guerrero Port Authority of Guam. So rather than outright claiming that this plan, the components of the plan are deficient, the plan is not defective, in my opinion. The process and that these two elements should accompany it rather than outright rejecting it. I think this is an amendment that would meet both the legislature's concerns as well as the concerns expressed by the chairman and the member of the Port Authority Board. So that's the first amendment, and because there's two amendments and they purport to amend two different sections, I'll just divide the question and offer this one amendment at a time.
Okay, thank you, Senator Espicio. On the Respicio amendment, Senator Guthertz.
I notice on the amendment that you crossed out the word adoption, Mr. Chairman, on the original language. So I think we need to be consistent. And on the second line, I moved to remove the words "and adopted" so that it would simply read, the report is hereby conditionally approved by Legislature in Guahan. So my amendment is to remove the words "and adopted" from the second line.
On the amendment to the amendment? No objections? So moved. Back to the original amendment, on the Respicio amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next amendment...
excuse me, Senator Respicio, that was on the amendment to the amendment. Are there any objections to or any discussion on the Respicio amendment on the first amendment? With no objection, so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other concern that I had, that other members had, was in Section 3 of this bill, which would simply allow if it remained as is, it will allow the Port Authority Board to enter into leases not to exceed a period of 20 years. I understand that that's part of the bill right now, and so I'm moving to delete that section so we can address that particular concern at the time the legislature is prepared to fully adopt or dispose of the plan. So I make an amendment to delete Section 3 of the bill.
On the amendment, on the Respicio amendment, Senator Lujan.
I object to the amendment, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Port Authority, first of all, I'd like to commend them on having a plan together, although it's not maybe definitive, or it is pretty much definitive, but and the fact remains that, again, in the 28th Guam Legislature, we without plans, we had approved the tune of $2.4 billion for the need for infrastructure. And again, as you go out there to look at private-public partnerships, it's a disincentive, again, to look at the current terms in which you can lease, get into partnerships, most especially if you're going to enter into partnerships for millions of dollars for the upgrades. And it's a disincentive. It's not that they don't want transparency, but to be able to go through the process again without, again, for 20 years. You'll be lucky if to be honest with you, you'll be able to get, again, investors that look at the terms of 20 years. I mean, even a simple mortgage is 25 or 30 years at financial institutions. So in regards to the deletion of that, I'd like to give the Port Authority the flexibility to be able to go out there and look for partners in regards to our needs. And so with that, I oppose I move to again, just to keep that amendment in there as opposed to the deletion.
In essence,
I oppose.
You object to,
yes.
to this amendment.
Yes, thank you.
So noted. Senator Barnes?
Sizos Masi, Mr. Chair, for letting me speak on this. As I support the efforts of Senator Respicio's amendment to delete this section entirely, I just want to ask a clarification to state for the record. If this section were deleted in its entirety, it will not jeopardize the ongoing agreements based on, we have a proposal that's moving forward, but if this were deleted, the maximum timeline to negotiate and enter into any commercial lease and issue a permit to license for the use of its real property and other related facilities would be right now at 5 years? No, on right now, today. If this were deleted right now in its entirety, it's 5 years, am I right? I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, the board currently is only authorized to enter into a 5-year agreements.
And with that being said, Mr. Chair, I think it's important as we already have that mechanism in place. Now, I'm not saying I totally disagree with this section, but until a formal plan is fully implemented, there already is that mechanism in place, and I would support Senator Respicio's amendment to delete Section 3 as that mechanism is still temporarily there. So I support Respicio's amendment.
Thank you, Senator Barnes. Senator Blas, then Senator Guthertz, and Senator Gobble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mesa, what would this in effect do to the port if we were to delete it?
It would continue to authorize us just to enter into a 5-year agreement.
I understand. But is there anything in the making, in the works? I do recall during the public hearing there was a discussion on the port's desire to increase the authority, the number of years for leases, because you were concerned about I guess your partners not wanting to make investments, based on short term, and they would prefer investments to make the investments if they were somehow given some assurances that their leases were a little bit longer than what you're authorized to provide today. Is that correct?
Yes, there some companies that have expressed interest in, again, looking at helping the port develop. And one of the concerns that were raised, knowing that the board is only authorized to enter into a 5-year agreements, felt that for the amount of investment that they're looking to put into the port, 5 years is not enough for them to entice them to enter into agreements with the port to help its development process.
Now, are those anticipated investments also part of your anticipated, in as far revenues that you can use to be able to pay down some of the debt that you possibly going to incur should you need to go out for this? Let's say that's the $30 million loan that you're looking for.
Yes, we look at that as one example would be us entering into a public-private partnership with a performance management contract. And one of the financial feasibility study approach was to tap this PMC to contribute up to $25 million.
Okay, and I can see and I can appreciate, the intent of the amendment to delete it, and in one respect I agree with it, and the other side I'm a little concerned because will this have an impact on your ability to be able to, and Dot, you're shaking your head yes there, to be able to get the financing needed, or to start to consider and to talk about the financing, the possibility of using this as the financing option for what you need in as far as the funding for the growth of the port. Mr. Camacho?
If I could answer that question, one of the initiatives that we put into the financial feasibility plan was to go out and ask a company to do a performance management contract and require them to put up to $25 million investment in exchange for giving them the contract. So if we're going to require somebody to put that kind of an investment up, then it would make sense for them to amortize that investment over a 20-year period versus a 5-year period, so that they can recover their investment over that 20-year period. And yes, it will produce incremental revenues for the port, revenues that are needed to help fund the port development. Correct, we're not leasing the port. It's a management contract. Because at the moment, we can only do a 5-year contract for the performance management contract. If this were passed, then we could do up to 20 years. Another example would be for yes.
Maybe could you speak into the microphone, please, Senator? Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was for commercial leases. Now, since when is a performance management contract a commercial lease? It's for real property. So now you're trying to say that your intention is to enter into a, I think you're talking about two completely different things here. And you're raising red flags with that justification.
I'm sorry. Bad example, maybe. Another example would be for for example, Mobil would want to upgrade the fuel tanks, and the required investment there would be about $20 million to do so. They're also looking at assisting in upgrading the pipeline. That's another $3 million investment. So, in order for them to under a commercial lease recover their investment of, let's say, $23 million, they would have to recover it over a longer period of time.
Again, Joe, your contract with Mobil is not for a lease. You have a management contract with Mobil to manage the fuel pier.
But they would be seeking to lease the property that is underlying the pipeline, for example.
Why?
Just an example.
I know, I understand, but those examples are not fitting this, because
lease
those
land.
are all management contracts. Those are not lease agreements, and they're not the operating instrument on that is not a lease. It's a management contract. So that management contract is not affected at all by this, and the ability for Mobil to make those investments is not dependent on having a 20-year lease. It's dependent on having a 20-year contract to manage the Mobil pier.
There would be an underlying lease for the property that the fuel tanks reside on, for example.
Is there an underlying lease now?
Another example would be, for example,
Joe, is there an underlying lease now?
There are 2 tanks, right?
Yeah, there's 2 agreements with Mobil. One is for the management of the pier, and then also there is a lease on their fuel tank that they own, and then there's also what we call Tank A, where they're managing that tank farm for us. What we're looking at is the property that the pipeline sits on. That belongs to the port as an easement, and what they're looking at to do is invest in replacing all those pipes from the Gulf Pier into both area Tank A and into their property. And what they want, if they were going to put this investment in, which is just to replace the pipeline, is about $3 million. They're looking that they want to also invest in replacing all their tanks, which is about $30 million that they're estimating that they're paying leases on. But to get that pipeline replaced and replace it with new pipelines, they want to have the agreements coincide with their existing agreements, which has been set up before, so that it could go beyond the 5 years, so that they can recoup the investment of
Well, the problem
replacing that
you
pipeline.
have that with Monty is then you lock yourself into Mobil as having the management contract also. You know, if you lease that property to them and they put it, you know, and all that, then you lock yourself into them managing the fuel tank farm. And I don't know that that's the best economic strategy that the port can employ to maximize the economic returns of its properties. If you kind of, it's exactly like what happened with this plan, in my opinion. You guys get one guy to do the master plan, then you get the same guys from the same house to do the financial feasibility study. Of course they're going to say, what a great master plan, let's fund it. You know, there's a conflict there. And I think that, in my opinion, you can't, there's no checks and balance between the master plan itself and then the financial feasibility that says, what a great master plan, let's fund it. You know, and here's how to fund it, by loading debt on everything. You know, so when you do that kind of thing right now, and if you tell me that's your intention with this, then I say that I think you just need to take a look at that a little bit more carefully, because you diminish the economic strength that the port has in negotiating the best deal for maximizing its economic returns on two different operational assets of the port. So that's the only thing I want to caution.
I think, you know, it was probably a bad thing to use specific examples here, but conceptually, an investor who's going to put up millions of dollars and do it on leased property at the port, and we have, you know, a couple of instances like that in the works right now. They would not be willing to do it on a short-term lease basis for 5 years. They would be more willing to do it on a 20-year lease basis. And if they had to come to the legislature to get approval for 20 years, it adds another element of complexity to the process of getting it approved, both with their board to spend that kind of money, and you know, just with the port board. So it provides another sort of layer of process, checks and balance, if you want to use that word. That's, I mean, you know, so that is that's the crux of it. Using specific examples was probably not a good approach, but that's the theory and the concept behind getting a 20-year approval to do 20-year leases.
I do understand that, and I do appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Blas? Senator Guthridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm encouraged by the plan. There's some really good things in it. There's a few things missing, and I think that can be addressed later, as was contained in the First Amendment. But I have very serious concerns about the proposal to allow the port on its own to engage in 20-year leases. And this government just does not have a good track record of transparency and honesty in these kinds of lease arrangements, not specifically with the port, but in many areas of the government. And the people of Guam are concerned about the alienation of their resources, their patrimony, whether it's the Port Authority or the airport or other entities, without appropriate scrutiny at a different level. Now, up to this point in time, has the port ever gone to the legislature under the current law to ask for approval to execute a lease beyond 5 years? For the last 2 years I've been in this legislature, and I've never seen a request from the port. Have you executed any leases in the last 2 years on behalf of the port? Monty, has the board approved any leases for 5 years or less over the last 2 years?
Yes, we have. But it's, again, the opportunity for the development of the port and the significant financial resources that is being looked at, as you see that, you know, we're looking at 195 million. There are opportunities there for businesses to come in and step to the plate and invest on Guam, and in particular to the port. And
Sure.
this was one of the areas now that have piqued the business interests of these companies to come to
Sure.
Guam and invest. So we did not have this particular interest and opportunity presented before, and this is the catalyst to bring us to that. So we want to be prepared to take on the windows of opportunity, so to speak, when it arises, and be able to meet the timelines and the demands that are going to come to
Sure.
to the
Well,
Port
you know,
Authority.
I can understand that. However, you know, every government, every country has rules of the game, laws, regulations that guide how it leases land and alienates, even on a temporary basis, its properties. And believe me, companies that want to invest in Guam, they've done their homework. They know what the potentials are here. And if one of the steps that they have to go through is to get the approval of the board and the legislature for a lease beyond 5 years, and they see there's a potential to make money, they go through that process. I believe they'll go through that process. Companies you've mentioned, for example, like Mobile, that leases property from the port, they're not going to walk away because they have to go through the legislature to get final approval for a proposed lease, because they make money here, and they know they're going to make more money here with their investments. My feeling is, if we were to abandon the 5-year provision and open this up to sole authority, internal authority by the board to extend leases beyond 5 years, then we would be remiss in our responsibility of accountability to the people of Guam. Members of this legislature are very smart, they're open-minded, and I'm sure future legislatures would be the same. If you bring to us a good proposal that's a good deal for the people of Guam, we'll support it. How long it takes depends on how you package the proposal, the hearing that's scheduled, and the session that follows. It would be one more step, but it's the current procedure. It's still the current procedure. So I, for one, do not support giving this power to the board of the port or to any other board of this government because of the need for public accountability, a second level of scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Guthrie. Senator Calvo, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the objection to this particular amendment. My concern, capital, usually when it comes to your capital reserves, unless you're a rich Chinese company, I think the only ones that has liquidity right now are the mainland Chinese, and I'm talking about including the United States at this point. It's very rare do you see capital investment and capital construction strictly from your liquid reserves. With that, if it means attaining a loan to pay for an investment, and this is supposedly a government and private partnership with private companies. If a private company is to invest in a capital investment they're going to need that type of liquidity. I don't think there's any local companies that have that type of liquidity when it comes to building something and they're going to pay it out of their cash reserve. It's going to come through some sort of leveraging and through a loan. Just like you folks who bought a car, and I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible for maybe some of the folks watching on TV. It's like getting a car loan or a home loan. You can get a short-term note, or you can take a short-term loan, and maybe 5 or 7 years for a car. But for a house, I like to see someone pay off a house in 5 years. The type of investment we need in this port to get it geared up, not only for the military, but for our local economy, our local people, it's going to take a participation not only from our local government and the federal government, but I would like to see also local business participation. I think if we were to keep the 5-year max in here, and let's say this thing passes, and you folks can only go out for a 5-year lease, I don't think there's any local business that will be able to participate if they're going to have to leverage and take out a loan based on a 5-year lease. Or they will, but the amount that they can borrow will be severely reduced. So I guess it would open it up for the big mainland Chinese companies, or maybe a Bechtel, or some big corporation. I really would like to see local companies participate. Folks, this is like a mortgage. And if it is a mortgage, then you need some sort of no bank is going to loan if you're going to only have a right to a piece of property that you're going to build a warehouse, or you're going to build a transshipment facility, or you're going to build an oil tank, or you're going to build whatever you're going to build in there, a passenger, a duty-free store for tourists that will be coming in a passenger ship. This bank will only loan you if you have some right to that real estate that you're going to build that asset on. And if it's going to be for 5 years, you're severely restricting access to capital, in my opinion. My dear colleagues, I'm also concerned with some of your statements made earlier, but again, I look at every one of us, I look and try to simplify something and how I can understand it. And if it is to be an investment, and if it is to be investment by the private sector, and hopefully a local business, if this amendment passes, I feel that we will severely injure the capability for access to capital for the type of construction that is necessary in this port. Again, my colleagues, 20 years is about the length of a midterm mortgage. You know, you're going to owe anywhere time from 15 to maybe 30 years. So I'm asking you to think of it from that perspective. I believe that if this amendment passes and we go into a 5-year arrangement, then again you would have severely crippled the port's ability to access partners and access capital necessary for the amount of improvements that we're needing and we need for this facility in the near future. So again, Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the amendment, of the objection to the amendment, and I ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you very much.
On the amendment, Senator Respicio, would you like to close?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's nothing in Guam law right now that would prevent the Port Authority from entering into leases beyond 5 years. What they simply would have to do is come down to the legislature and have the legislature authorize that. What we're attempting to do by proposing the deletion of this section is really in the interest of full disclosure. The examples, Mr. Camacho, you raised about how it may provide a chilling effect if a company is going to go through all the motions and then have to, you cited a case with Duty Free and the Airport Authority, and that Duty Free didn't pursue that because they didn't believe that the legislature would act in a very timely fashion. But, you know, if it's a deal that's involves a fair market value for the real property, why would the company not want to have a public discussion and have the legislature authorize that lease beyond 5 years? What I'm simply doing now by asking this body to delete this section is to be consistent with an earlier amendment in Section 2 that simply says we can address the different situations that the Port Authority Board is facing with respect to anyone who potentially wants to lease port property. I understand that you go through several phases. You said you do a request for information, then you do a request for proposal, and then you get the best deal possible. If you believe that it's the best deal possible for the people of Guam, why wouldn't you want the legislature to sanction or ratify that deal so you know that they clearly have that mandate? Unless, has there been any instance where there's been government property leased for less than fair market value that you wouldn't want the media to find out about, or that you wouldn't want the people to find out about? Because if everything was in the up and up, as the senator from Manila said, why wouldn't you want to just have another step where it provides true check and balances? I guess you guys are just the victims of how we've had to face the current administration for the last 6 years, where, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And I don't know how many times we're just going to defer and delegate the legislature's authority to the executive branch and then act surprised when the administration does something that we think is questionable. So I asked my colleagues, I don't need a response because in the interest of time, I just asked my colleagues to give consideration and to vote on my second amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. On the Respicio amendment to delete Section 3 on page 2, there has been an objection. Therefore, those in favor of the amendment to delete, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Amendment fails. Senator Respicio? Okay. Then we are back to the original bill. On Bill 398. Let me see. I'm sorry. We're back to, now we have Senator Guthert, you have the floor. Yes, you were in line right after Senator Respicio, and Senator Respicio, after the end of all his discussions with the panel up here, proffered the amendment. And so now we're back to the original bill in which you had asked to be recognized. Well, I tell you what, let's take a 1-minute recess so we can confer on some issues. All right? 1-minute recess. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
I'd like to make a motion to recess until 10 tomorrow.
There's a motion to recess. Any objections? No objections. Then we will recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And people on the panel, the motion is we will be in recess. We're inviting you and asking you to come back tomorrow. I know that some of you have other commitments according to schedules, but it behooves you to come in terms of we're addressing the Port Master Plan. It may be worth your while to come in and answer some of the questions that may be posed tomorrow. All right, but until then, we are recessed till 10 o'clock tomorrow.